Feel at home. Welcome to Malawi. Welcome to the warm heart of Africa. We're very friendly people, and we're very welcoming. On behalf of members of staff from MACRA, we are delighted to host this year's Africa CyberDrill. We look forward to learning. We look forward to discovering new things, but we look forward to sharing experiences. Malawi is on a move towards digitalization. Malawi is on a move to ensure that more of our people are connected. We currently rank very poorly on our connectivity index. We are at about 33% broadband penetration, with about 18% internet penetration. That may look like we are on the lower side of the spectrum, but still more, we are a very key stakeholder because we have engaged an extra gear to ensure that we move from that 33% to about 80% broadband connectivity within the next 24 months. In doing so, we are going to ensure that more Malawians get connected. Not only do they get connected, but they should be meaningful connectivity. Meaningful connectivity shall mean that Malawians are able to transact online, Malawians are able to create value online, and Malawians are able to access that value online. For us to get to that, we need to ensure that the cyberspace is safe. We need to ensure that there is confidence in the systems. For us to get to that point, we need to ensure that we have the necessary skills and we have the necessary regulatory and legal framework that would create that safe environment. Currently, our usage of mobile money is on the rise. Mobile money in Malawi is mostly using 2G. The service providers are using USSD. Out of a SIM subscription of 12 million in Malawi, around 11.5 million are active users of mobile money. Compare that with about 500,000 smart devices that are in use between our two networks. You see that at 2G level, Malawians are very connected. In a population of 20 million, 11 million SIM subscription still points at a lower point. With two major network providers, that means we have about 5 million Malawians that are able to use 2G for their mobile money services. We still have a lot of space that we need to gain. But the beauty about that is that even in the rural areas, people are able to transact with electronic value. Those are the people that we, from a Malawian perspective, we feel that they are digitally connected, they are financially included, but there is a problem. Mobile money crime is on the rise. We estimate that we lose about $1.2 million every month due to these mobile money frauds. If left unchecked, it creates a big problem for us because it now creates fear, it now creates a gap that at 2G level, Malawians are not able to use digital platforms to make payments. So a simple money remittance or a simple cash in and cash out at a 2G level using USSD app is a big step for us. As we move towards 3G, as we move towards getting more and more people connected to the internet, we would like to have Malawians from ground zero, very safe and very secure, and they should trust in the systems. Therefore, Malawi hosting this CyberDrill has come at the right time that we are also reviewing our laws. Currently, we have two laws that are governing our space. We have the Communications Act of 2016, and we also have the Electronic Transaction and Cybersecurity Act of 2016. As I speak, we're in the process of reviewing those two acts of laws. We are coming up with about 5 new sets of laws around e-evidence, around cybercrime, and around electronic transactions, so that we create a solid regulatory and legal framework that should build a safe Malawi, so that as we move towards more digital transactions, on the regulatory side and on the legal side, Malawi is ready. Therefore, we look forward to learning. We look forward to sharing new experiences as we move into that space. With those few remarks, I welcome you all, and I wish you all the best as we deliberate for the rest of the week. Takulandirani zikomo.
Thank you so much. That was the Director General for Malawi Communication Regulatory Authority. I'll call upon Dr. Stanley Kaila, the MACRA Board Chairperson, to also give us his remarks. As he's coming forward, we did not recognize the presence of our delegates from Côte d'Ivoire. Do we have any from Côte d'Ivoire? Please rise on your feet, Côte d'Ivoire. Thank you so very much. And of course, from TACRA, from Tanzania. Tanzanians? Yes, welcome again to Malawi. Did we miss anyone before we proceed? Did we miss any other country? I'm sure we did not. So I'll give this chance to the MACRA Board Chairperson to give. Yes, you're from? Senegal. Give a big hand for our Senegalese county. Thank you so much. So the Board Chairperson for MACRA.
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Before I make my speech, I would like to recognize the Minister of Information and Digitalization, Honorable Moses Kalonga Shawa Kunkuyu, the United Nations Resident Coordinator in Malawi, Ms. Rebecca Adadonta, the International Telecommunications Union Regional Director for Africa, Mr. Annie Rachel Ine, the Principal Secretary in the Ministry of Information and Digitalization, I hope he is here, Mr. Heatherwick Njati, the Director General of MACRA, Daud Suleimani, delegates from across Africa and indeed from the overseas, our local stakeholders from the private sector and public sector. Again, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, members of the press, and all protocols observed. I'm greatly honored, Honorable Minister, to stand before you this morning during this momentous occasion where Malawi is hosting the 11th edition of the International Telecommunications Union CyberDrill for the Africa region. Every year, the ITU, in collaboration with member states, holds CyberDrill, and these drills are conducted on both a regional and national level. This year, Malawi is privileged to host the 11th edition of the CyberDrill for the Africa region. This CyberDrill is being hosted in partnership with the Malawi Computer Emergency Response Team, the United Nations Office of Counterterrorism, Forum for Incident Response Security Team, and Africa Computer Emergency Response Team. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we are indeed living in an era of highly interconnected digital ecosystems. As ICTs advance, so does our dependency on them. We are now using ICT in our government, that's e-government, economy, e-commerce, or health, e-health, education, and security processes. ICT has become the backbone on which we are building our lives. The onset of the digital era revolutionized our way of life and set us on course of innovation and immense technological advancement that made it possible to develop systems and networks that can organize, store, manipulate, and analyze vast quantities of data. However, despite the positive impact the digital revolution has had on our lives, especially as a driver of digital economy, the reality is that our systems are prone to attacks. Honorable Minister, consumers of ICT services and network owners tend to fall victim to cyber attacks such as hacking, phishing, ransomware, and other scams. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the digital world has no boundaries, and the perpetrators of these cyber crimes and cyber crimes themselves are not unique and localized to any geographical location. This, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, means that without collaboration, the advantage in cybersecurity can and will belong to the attackers themselves. As a region, Africa needs to shift away from the national boundary mindset and take the modern approach of collaboration and coordination on issues pertaining to cyber security. Honorable Minister, ladies and gentlemen, the Digital Economy Initiative for Africa aims to ensure that every individual, business, and government in Africa be digitally enabled by 2030 in support of the African Union Digital Transformation Strategy for Africa. In Africa as a continent, if Africa as a continent is to achieve the goal of digital transformation and build a resilient regional digital economy, we need to assure ICT users of a safe and secure cyberspace. This is important. It is therefore imperative that we hold such meetings as this regional CyberDrill to provide a platform where policymakers, key stakeholders, and cybersecurity experts can discuss issues that are pertinent to the growth of our region. Honorable Minister, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the Malawi Communications Regulatory Authority is mandated by the Electronic Transactions and Cyber Security Act to establish a national computer emergency response team to coordinate the protection of critical information infrastructure in the country for both public and private sectors. I am pleased, Honorable Minister, to announce that Malawi established and operationalized the National Computer Emergency Response Team, which is housed in the Accra offices. The operationalization was done with the guidance and technical assistance from the International Telecommunications Union. The Electronic Transactions and Cybersecurity Act further confers on the Malawi Communications Regulatory Authority the duty to ensure that information and communication technology users are protected from its undesirable impacts. At this point, allow me to report that MACRA is carrying out various initiatives to ensure a safe and secure cyberspace for all, and these include the following: development of the National Child Online Protection Strategy with technical assistance from the ITU, the development of cybersecurity regulations, awareness campaigns on cyber hygiene, as well as the establishment of a task force on mobile money fraud with key stakeholders. We believe we shall do more to ensure that the space is secure. Honorable Minister, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me conclude by saying I would like to thank the ITU for partnering with MACRA through various initiatives, such as the establishment of the Malawi Computer Emergency Response Team, the development of Child Online Protection Strategy, which is underway, and the training of judges, prosecutors, and the legal fraternity. on cyber security laws and other various initiatives, which include the hosting of this very 11th edition CyberDrill event that is happening right now. We hope that as Malawi is hosting this event, it will give our local experts a platform to learn from other countries and share knowledge on how we can ensure the protection of our critical information infrastructure. Honorable Minister, ladies and gentlemen, let me conclude by urging you all to participate in the discussions of this workshop. It is through such deliberations, such engagement, that together we can envisage and create a safe and resilient cyberspace and industry, the country and the region that we all want. May God bless you all. Thank you very much.
Honorable Minister and distinguished delegates, that was the director, the board chair rather, of MACRA, Dr. Stanley Kaila. At this juncture, ladies and gentlemen, we have a speech to be made by the Regional Director for Africa, International Telecommunication Union. She will make the speech online. This is Mrs. Anne Rachel Ein, and the speech will be made online.
Good morning. I hope you can all hear me. All right, well, I'm going to continue then.
Yes, yeah, you can continue. We can hear you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Honorable Moses Konkuyu, Minister of Information and Digitalization. Mr. Heatherwick Njati, Principal Secretary, Ministry of Information and Digitalization. Ms. Rebecca Adadonto, my sister, United Nations Resident Coordinator in Malawi. Dr. Stanley Kaila, the MACRA Board Chairperson. Mr. Dawood Suleiman, Director General, Malawi Communication and Regulatory Authority. Mr. Marcus Adumi, Operations Manager, Africa CERT. All participants present, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. To Minister Konkuyu and the Government of Malawi, thank you for hosting the 11th edition of the Regional CyberDrill for Africa, organized by ITU and hosted by the Malawi Communication Regulatory Authority. Allow me to convey to all a warm welcome on behalf of ITU and our regional team for Africa. No need to mention that I have been for a while now a strong cybersecurity and resilient infrastructure advocate for a meaningful and sustainable digital transformation on the continent. I want to express on behalf of ITU our sincere gratitude to the Republic of Malawi for hosting this important event. ITU's first ever physical CyberDrill, and for the long-standing cooperation between ITU and Malawi. The cyber threat landscape has evolved over the years, regionally and globally. We have, quote-unquote, progressed from the warm attacks experienced in the early decades to online scams, digital extortion or sextortion, business email compromise, ransomware, botnets, to name just a few. Smart technologies have become an integral part of social, economic, and political lives, thereby providing more vectors and opportunities for cyber attacks. According to the Checkpoint Research Report, African countries experience an average of 1,848 cyber attacks per week in 2022, which was higher than the rest of the world combined. Fresh in our minds, the recent massive cyber attack that crashed African Union's system on the 3rd of March, So I am glad that the African Union's Committee of Intelligence and Security Services in Africa is joining us for the first time. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, most member states in Africa are faced with lack of the necessary support structures, including the necessary frameworks and strategies. And I'm glad the board chairman just mentioned the few that are being enacted in Malawi. And those are lacking at national and regional level to deal with cyber incidents, which is a real concern in responding to cyber attacks. Despite these gaps, the Africa region has added 6 additional computer incident response teams, CERTs, since 2018. According to the latest Global Cybersecurity Index, the region has improved from 13 to 24 countries having a national CERT. Additionally, some national CERTs are currently under development. So I would like to congratulate Malawi for successfully setting up its national CERT under MACRA last year with the support of ITU. ITU aims to improve in cybersecurity readiness, protection, and incident response capabilities of countries by conducting cyber drills at regional and national level. The ITU regional cyber drills are designed with a dual purpose: a platform for cooperation, information sharing, and discussions on current cybersecurity issues, as well as to provide hands-on exercise for national CERTs. Computer incident response teams are a key component in the cybersecurity ecosystem as they form independent networks of technical experts that respond to cybersecurity incidents. The experts coordinate mitigation, share information with other teams, assist in recovery of systems and mitigation for future incidents. ITU launched the Cyber for Good project that aims to bridge the cybersecurity capacity gap in least developed countries, LDCs, through facilitated support and access to ITU's experience, expertise, services, tools, and products. We're currently working with some of our sector members, such as Axon Partners Group, BICC, Lilongwe, and Welshman Key. This Cyber for Good is open to all developing countries as well. I encourage all interested to contact the team on the ground or online. We'll be happy to help. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, I am pleased to inform you also that the invitations to countries to nominate a focal point for the Global Cybersecurity Index, or GCI, have gone out to the official ITU contact points. In fact, here, I would like to please remind each country, if your focal points have changed, please send us those new focal points, because it is important that this information gets to you and that we get those questionnaires filled, because these are an important and accurate assessment from you to the ITU on what the security landscape looks like at home, and if there are any gaps, how we can fill them by supporting you. I would like to end my remarks by reiterating my sincere gratitude to Malawi for hosting this drill. I recognize the support of national CERTs, Africa CERT, FIRST, and the UN Counterterrorism Center. I wish to also reiterate the need for interaction, coordination, and collaboration among operating CERTs and security teams at large, and this to enhance our capacity to address cyber threats related issues in a coordinated and efficient manner. As the saying goes, we're only as strong as our weakest link. Let us strengthen this collaboration. I thank you for your attention and wish every success to this cyber drill in Malawi. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was the Regional Director for Africa International Telecommunications Union. Ladies and gentlemen, at this juncture, let me call upon the United Nations Resident Coordinator in Malawi, Ms. Rebecca Adadonto, to give us her remarks. After her remarks, we will call upon the Minister of Information and Digitization to give his keynote address, and then we will proceed to have a group photo before we go for our tea.
Thank you very much, Madam of Ceremonies. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Thank you. Honorable Moses Nkuyu, Minister of Information and Digitalization. Mr. Heatherwick Nyati, Principal Secretary, Minister of Information and Digitalization. My sister, Mrs. Ann Rachel, Regional Director for Africa for International Telecommunications Union. Dr. Stanley Kaila, MACRA Board Chairperson. Mr. Daoud Suleiman, Director General of MACRA. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen. As I sat there listening to the remarks by the MACRA DG and Board Chair, I started reflecting on my own relationship and experience with everything cyber and digitalization. So, Honorable Minister, indulge me just a few minutes to share this experience, because sometimes we sit in these big places and have these conversations, but when it comes to breaking it down to our grandmothers at home, it becomes a little tricky. And I thought reflecting on my own experience might just help situate this conference and the important work that we are doing. I come from a small town in northern Ghana called Navrungo. Those of you from Ghana may know Navrungo. And when I first got a job with the Civil Service of Ghana in '87, I was very excited because I was looking forward to sending my first pay to my parents. It was almost a tradition in my family. And then that end of September 1987 came, and I got that pay. It was 48 cedis. So I went to the transport yard in Ghana. We call it the State Transport Corporation. At that time, my hometown is about 600 miles from Accra, the capital. At that time, it was only the State Transport Corporation that was going to Ghana. It took me 3 days to finally find somebody I could trust to take the money to my parents in Navrungo. And as I speak to you today, that money hasn't yet arrived. And that happened to many of us who were from the north working in Accra. Fast forward to today, I'm sitting here in Malawi. In my career, I've been in Mindanao, Southern Philippines, Gambia, Nigeria, Bangladesh. I just came from Bangladesh to this place. And all I need to do is to go onto my UN small bank, UNFCU, and in a minute, my brother, my mother, everybody received the money I sent to them. Practically, this is my first relationship. That said, we also had a bad experience where my brother, who is very mean and stingy, was keeping all of his money in his Momo. In Ghana, we call it the Momo, the mobile money device. Before he could say Jack, that money vanished, and to today, nobody knows what happened. So some of the risks that come with it. Fast forward to my life in UN. Before I became the UN Resident Coordinator, I was a Senior Peace and Development Advisor for the UN. And one of the things that kept us awake at night was the use of the internet spaces to spread hate speech, violent extremism, and a lot of things. I was happy to hear introduction from UNOCT, because in my life in Bangladesh, we worked closely with UNOCT on how to ensure that we reduce the likelihood of the internet spaces, social media, being used to spread hate and incite violence. These are just a few things of what the internet can do for us, and yet how it can undermine peace, development, and stability of our countries in Africa. So this is a very important occasion for all of us to reflect, and from the little I've read about these exercises, to see how better positioned we can be to make these spaces more safe and more robust, such that when I send money to Navrungo, it will arrive safely, and such that these spaces can be used to spread unity, to help in achieving the SDGs, and for Malawi to help in achieving Malawi 2063. That said, Honorable Minister, please allow me to now formally, on behalf of the UN, I'm now wearing my UN hat, that was my small town girl rising to UN Resident Coordinator's hat. Now my UN hat, allow me to warmly welcome all of you on behalf of the UN system in Malawi to Malawi. This is the best place, and I know why I'm talking about it that way. 10 years ago, I had the opportunity to come and work here for a few years. Since I left, I've been working so hard to come back, and now I'm here. So Malawi is the place to be. Welcome. Honorable Minister, the UN in Malawi is in the process of designing a United Nations Sustainable Development Cooperation Framework. We are doing this with the government. We have identified some priority areas, and one of them is the area of digitalization. I told you I came straight from Bangladesh to this place. The little I saw of how digitalized the place is becoming, and that has contributed to Bangladesh transitioning from LDC. They are about to graduate in 2026, and I think that there's a lot we can all learn from that. I also take note of the efforts by the government of Malawi through MACRA and the International Telecommunication Union to develop a national emergency telecommunication plan to ensure communication availability during disasters and early warnings and monitoring systems for prevention. Many of you, I know, are aware of the unimaginable devastating impact of Cyclone Freddy on us here in Malawi. We are just about to transition from the early response to recovery and reconstruction. It's unimaginable. I was there on the ground. So when you all go home, whatever support you can give to us, we'll be happy to receive it. Environmental sustainability remains a priority for the UN in Malawi, and we are committing to work with government. So in thinking of all of the sectors for development, please also reflect on how we can harness digitalization, technology, to fast-track our development and rescue the sustainable development goals. They are really limping, and together we need to be able to rescue them. Honorable Minister, thank you for taking the time to join this meeting. It is really an honor for me to join you in supporting this. I had the privilege to meet the MACRA DG during the LDC conference in Doha, and I committed, I still stand by that commitment, that the UN will join hands with you shoulder to shoulder to ensure that Malawi attains the digitalization that will propel its development. In conclusion, please allow me to reiterate my gratitude to the partners for organizing the workshop. I note that the agenda will cover a full week of intense presentations, scenario building, and hands-on training. I wish that we will come out of this workshop with very concrete hands-on things that will take all of us forward. Thank you very much, and have a fruitful workshop.
Thank you so much. The United Nations Resident Coordinator in Malawi. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, this time we give it to the Honorable Minister of Information and Digitization, Honorable Moses Kunkuyu, to give the keynote address.
Good morning. MACRA Board Chairperson, Dr. Stanley Kaila, MACRA Director General, Mr. Daud Suleiman, Mr. Patrick Machika, Director of E-Government, ITU Regional Director for Africa, Ms. Anne Rachel In, United Nations Resident Coordinator in Malawi, Ms. Rebecca Anadonto, esteemed international and local delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor for Malawi to host this prestigious event that has brought together policymakers, experts in the ICT industry from both the public and private sectors, as well as leaders in various institutions from both in-country and outside Malawi. Let me commend the Telecommunication Development Bureau of the International Telecommunications Union for working with Malawi SET response team in organizing this great event. Ladies and gentlemen, it is clear that the government of Malawi considers digitalization as a game changer in transforming economies, and the political will in Malawi affirms to the same. Just last month, during the opening ceremony of the 60th Transform Africa Summit that was held in Victoria Falls on the 26th of April, President of Malawi, Dr. Lazarus Chakwera, pointed out that embracing technologies is the only shortcut to catching up with the economies that are far much ahead in terms of development and modern ways of doing things. President Chakwera further stressed that adoption of emerging technologies that are driven by digitization is the only sure way for Africa to leapfrogging into the fourth industrial revolution. President Chakwera's position simply spells out his government's quest for ensuring that Malawi will strive to be at the center of all discussions aimed at promoting use and adoption of ICT, and that is from the top to the bottom of government structures. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this event here this morning is very important because as nations progress digitally, serious considerations should be given to address security threats in the cyberspace. You may wish to know that Malawi is finalizing the formulation of the digital economy strategy, which principally intends to promote deployment and adoption of ICTs in all sectors, including health, education, agriculture, trade, and commerce. The promotion of massive adoption of ICT in Malawi and Africa as a whole should be preceded by an assurance to ICT users of the safety and overall security of these technologies. Government of Malawi undertook a cyber security maturity model assessment that unearthed 5 dimensions worth pursuing. These are development and implementation of cybersecurity policy and strategy, promotion of cyber culture in society, cybersecurity education, training and skills, strengthening of legal and regulatory frameworks, and development of cybersecurity standards. You may wish to know also that Malawi further developed a national cybersecurity strategy which unpacked the factors mentioned above and further identified action points on critical information infrastructure, cybersecurity capacity, cybersecurity awareness, and collaboration, as well as protection of the vulnerable groups in the cyberspace. You may also wish to know that Malawi enacted the Electronic Transactions and Cybersecurity Act in 2016 to provide a legal and regulatory framework for electronic transactions and other cybersecurity matters. Currently, the government of Malawi intends to review this Electronic Transactions and Cybersecurity Act and the Communications Act, but also to develop further digital laws that are in line with international best practices. Some of the legal instruments that Malawi government intends to formulate include E-Transactions and Commerce Act, Cybersecurity Act, Data Protection Act, Cyber Crimes Act, and E-Evidence Act. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, you may wish to agree with me that Malawi, just like other countries within the region, has successfully been developing lots of documents and other matters pertaining to the digital space. But then successful implementation of the same becomes an issue. I, for one, believe that implementation matters a lot. And as such, it is my wish that this forum will concentrate much on how to devise practical steps to implement all the beautiful plans and roadmaps we have developed, and that providing a safe and secure digital space becomes a reality for our people. Let us, as a continent, move beyond the talk and write-ups and work towards implementing the good plans we have before us. As the Director General did say, Malawi welcomes you all. On behalf of the President of Malawi, Dr. Lazarus Chakwera, I echo the same welcoming voice that Takulandirani Malawi. And I know that some of you have been to Malawi before, and I believe some in the room have also had some time to visit our beautiful, famous Lake Malawi. I urge you, therefore, to spare a minute. Lake Malawi is just an hour drive from the capital city. Take a time, take a moment to visit our beautiful lake. At the end of each day, before the closing prayer, do ask the question, when are we going to the lake? As you close tomorrow, before the closing prayer, Mr. Daud Suleiman, when are we going to visit the lake? I believe with that persistence, definitely all of us will visit Lake Malawi before we go. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now my singular honor to declare this ITU Regional CyberDrill for Africa officially opened, and I wish you a blessed week. God bless you.
Thank you very much, our Minister of Information and Digitization. And to add on that, before you leave Malawi, please, of all the things that you're going to choose from your menu, don't forget to test our very, very delicious jambo. That's our jambo, and that's our national pride. Ladies and gentlemen, we are done with the first session for the day. We break for a group photo and of course, coffee. Now, this is how we're going to do the photograph. The first photographs to be taken are going to be of the delegates right in front, the VVIPs and the speakers, and then we'll have the session continue with groups of 20. Because we are so many of us, 300 above, we cannot fit in one photo, so we'll be doing it in phases of 20. Please remember, we are resuming this meeting at 10:30, so the coffee and group photo should take us through to 10:30, where we'll have the first panel discussion. Once again, welcome to the home heart of Africa. Enjoy your stay and have fruitful meetings for the next 5 days. Thank you very much. At this juncture, I urge the high table to start leaving, and then the rest of the delegates will follow. The VVIPs and the speakers are the ones to first take a photograph. Also, our members from the media, this is a chance for you to have your interviews. So as soon as the group photos are taken, you have this chance to have the interviews, because some of the delegates may be leaving. Thank you so much. Enjoy your coffee, and let's meet at 10:30 a.m. The photos will be taken outside, so we may use this door, I'm sure. from Cote d'Ivoire. So just that slight change that we thought you should note, we just swapped this for the other. So those that are still at the back, just maybe mingling, if you haven't had your tea yet, please resume your seats. Let's proceed with the program in the interest of time. If they are ready. As they're setting up for the presentation, may I call upon Mr. Josephat Mbugwa, I hope I've pronounced that one right, from Kenya. We need to meet, come through. Where are you? We could have a little meeting. So just set a presentation right. So just have a quick meeting with him, and we should be able to start. Please, those that haven't resumed their seats, please let's do so in the interest of time. The other presenters are here, but we're looking for Superintendent Gladwell Kubalo. Are you around? Ah, perfect. We're good to go? You're moderating here? All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, good morning. We go straight to our next session. It's a panel discussion. It's going to be moderated by Daniel Law, Cyber and New Technologies Unit Program Management Officer from the United Nations Office of Counterterrorism and UN Counterterrorism Center. Enjoy the presentation, and remember to contribute and make benefit of whatever is going to be discussed. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to say thank you to the International Telecommunications Union, as well as the Malawi Communication Regulatory Authority for inviting the UN Office of Counterterrorism to participate, speak, deliver training, and as well as facilitate a CyberDrill exercise at this ITU Regional CyberDrill for Africa. And also, I thank the organizers for the hospitality and warm welcoming to Malawi. With the UN Office of Counterterrorism, continued partnership with ITU, and through our successful joint delivery of capacity building activities, we are able to strengthen investigative capacities of both cyber incident responders and criminal investigators, bringing those communities closer together, which is a very important aspect to countering counterterrorism efforts. But perhaps it goes beyond that as well. And I am going to speak a little bit more about it, as well as we're going to address it in our panel discussion in a little bit. And this afternoon, we also have my colleague, Dr. Vitanis, that will speak more about open source investigations online, as well as a training session later this week. And then we'll have a very interesting CyberDrill exercise as well. Here are my contact details if you would like to request more information and further discuss. So with our time this session, I will set the context, providing a 10-minute overview. Then we will engage in our panel discussion on the topic in terms of improving cooperation between national certs and law enforcement authorities. And then we'll open up the floor to the audience for any Q&A session as well. So it goes without question that digital technology is transforming society. It presents us with endless opportunities. We are more connected today than ever in all of civilization. Many of us are dependent on such technologies like mobile payments and communications, social media, and the internet in our day-to-day lives. However, the same technology is also attractive to terrorist actors for malicious use. For example, we see terrorists using the internet, social media, when they want to reach a wide audience, whether it's for propaganda, radicalization, incitement, and even live streaming of terrorist attacks. They also disseminate training materials, guides, video instructions on how to perpetrate such attacks. When they want to hide, they can use encryption and other means to share their expertise, develop plans, coordinate and facilitate attacks, as well as the procurement of weapons or counterfeit documents, as an example. But at the same time, we also see member states, UN entities, international regional organizations made innovative use of such modern technologies to share and use information, detect, prevent acts of terrorism, bring perpetrators to justice, and also supporting victims of terrorism. And in the 7th review of the United Nations Global Counterterrorism Strategy, the General Assembly requested the UN Office of Counterterrorism to support innovative measures and approach to build capacity of member states for the challenges and opportunities new technology provides in preventing and countering terrorism. Launched in 2020, the program supports the strategic UN commitment for a world without terrorism, but also recognizing member states have a primary responsibility for combating terrorism. The program has 4 goals. First is to develop knowledge and share good practices, raise awareness on the risks and benefits associated with new technologies in the counterterrorism context. Also, increasing awareness of human rights and gender consideration with regards to the use of new technology. Second, the program provides capacity building support on the development and implementation of effective national counterterrorism policy response towards new technology with respect to human rights and rule of law. Third area of work is dedicated to increasing member states' capacities and skills to protect national critical infrastructure from cyber terrorist attacks. And last, but very important, is our work to enhance the skills and capacities of criminal justice actors to detect, investigate, prosecute, and adjudicate terrorist activities while respecting human rights and rule of law. The program is generously funded by voluntary contributions from member states and regional organizations. We appreciate the generous contributions from the European Union, Germany, Japan, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Republic of Korea, and the United Arab Emirates. Specifically, UN Office of Counterterrorism's contribution to this event is made possible through the funding of Republic of Korea. Since its launch, the program has trained more than 3,000 officials from 150 member states by providing new skills and knowledge on new technologies such as artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, online investigation, dark web investigations, cryptocurrency, and digital forensics. The Cyber and New Technology Program draws its mandate from the UN Global Counterterrorism Strategy and relevant Security Council resolutions addressing terrorist exploitation of information and communication technology and the urgent need for the international community to globally counter such activities. In particular, our capacity building work is guided by the Security Council Resolution 2341 on protecting critical infrastructure adopted in 2017, which recognized that cybersecurity and supply chain integrity is an integral part of critical infrastructure protection. The same resolution calls on member states to develop and improve strategies to reduce risk to critical infrastructure from terrorist attack, establish terrorist acts as a serious criminal offense in domestic laws and international regulations, and ensures criminal responsibility for terrorist attacks that intend to destroy or disable critical infrastructure, to include cyber attacks. Same resolution urges all member states to ensure that the relevant domestic department, agencies, and other entities work closely and effectively together on the matter of protecting critical infrastructure against terrorist attacks. Further, during the 7th review of the UN Global Counterterrorism Strategy, the General Assembly urges all member states to take necessary measures to prevent attack against critical infrastructure, to counter such terrorist attack, including the prosecution of perpetrators. And the General Assembly also encouraged member states to consider developing and improving their strategies to reduce risk to critical infrastructure from terrorist attack, and call for the establishment of national, regional, and international partnerships. So based on the security resolution and the UN Global Counterterrorism Strategy, it's obvious the call for the implementation of these resolutions require close cooperation between national CERTs and law enforcement agencies, and they must work together. And in order to foster such cooperation, it's important to understand the similarities and differences in their respective role and mandates. National CERTs help coordinate incident response at the national and international level, securing digital networks and infrastructure, recovering systems, mitigating damage, and reducing vulnerability. While on the other hand, law enforcement and criminal justice authority seeks to hold perpetrators accountable for their actions, specifically by conducting criminal investigations to identify the perpetrator, collect evidence, develop criminal cases for prosecution, and then also adjudicating those cases in the judicial system. So how does this relationship come together? Often CERTs will possess relevant information and potential evidence that are insightful and critical to law enforcement criminal investigations, which needs to be shared to support the investigation and developing criminal cases for prosecution, which allows prosecutors in the judicial system to run its course. The cooperation between law enforcement agencies and national CERTs is critical to not only mitigate and recover from a cyber attack, but also to hold those accountable. First, good cooperation leads to better mitigation of cyber incidents as well as cybercrime investigations. Second, good cooperation results in better quality of electronic evidence. Third, cooperation ensures greater availability of experts and specialized technical tools at the national level, as well as improved availability of information about vulnerabilities and threats. Fourth, increases national ability to respond to large-scale attacks on national infrastructure. And fifth, it leads to increased ability to respond to large-scale attacks at national infrastructure. And lastly, but not least, good cooperation ultimately leads to greater security and trust of society. However, we recognize while there is a common interest, there are some key challenges in fostering effective cooperation between law enforcement authorities and CERTs, which can be grouped into three thematic areas: organization culture, the legal and policy instruments, and ways of working. First, under communication or culture, understanding communication barriers, which law enforcement and CERTs inherently have different backgrounds, norms, and languages. Second is awareness in terms of lack of or limited understanding about how law enforcement and CERTs operate, what each other can do, and what their needs are. Third is the difference in objectives and priorities. CERTs and law enforcement may have shared common interests, but their objectives and priorities may be different. Under the legal and policy framework, there may be mismatch between legal and policy requirements between national CERTs and law enforcement, which may impact the effectiveness of such cooperation. These things would include data retention, information sharing, chain of custody, and cooperation itself in terms of what is governing the cooperation of when, what, where, why, who, and how. Lastly is the ways of working, which is focused on the common and standardized mechanism of cooperation. Is there standardized processes and procedures, common language and taxonomy, shared tools and equipment to facilitate cooperation, and then also an agreement such as an MOU between the agencies. Now, with that said, this is a good segue into our next segment in our panel discussion on practically how we can overcome some of these barriers and improve cooperation between law enforcement and CERTs. So now I would like to introduce our distinguished panelists. We have with us today Ms. Lauren Missler, a regional cybercrime specialized officer from Interpol with the African Joint Operations Against Cybercrime Program. The program is aimed at assisting member states in preventing, detecting, investigating, disrupting cyber incidents through joint cross-jurisdictional operations within Africa region. And prior to joining Interpol, Ms. Lauren worked as a cyber intelligence analyst in the private sector. Next, we have Senior Superintendent Mr. Gladwell Kubalo from Malawi Police with over 18 years of experience. Superintendent Gladwell is currently the head of Digital Forensics and Cybercrime Investigations Unit based at the National Police Headquarters. He is one of the highly trained and qualified digital forensics investigators and examiners with the Mali Police Service. Next, we have Mr. Mohamed Trador. He is the director of the National CERT of Cote d'Ivoire, which is responsible for securing assets for citizens, businesses, government structures through many operational and tactical measures to handling security incidents in national cyberspace, as well as engaged in securing critical infrastructure such as telecommunication, energy, water, industrial system. And lastly, but not least, we have Mr. Vijay Gopal, an information security consultant from Mauritius CERT with over 15 years of experience. Mr. Vijay has conducted information security risk assessments, security audits, and participated and conducted cybersecurity tabletop exercises as well. So thank you all for being here today. We have a couple of questions for each panelist, which we can, if we can limit the response to about 4 minutes for each question, that would be useful. And then afterwards, we'll open up the floor for any questions. So let me start with my first question to Superintendent Gladwell. It is without question that digital technology and connectivity continues to grow, and we are becoming intrinsically dependent in our day-to-day lives, from banking to communications, from consuming entertainment to receiving government services. From your time as an investigator, what is the trends that you see when it comes to cybercrime? And then is there a need for more technical skills to investigate cybercrimes? And how has that impacted your cooperation with CERTs?
Let me know how many minutes are you going to give me? How many minutes? How many minutes are you going to give me? 4 minutes. Okay, all right. Let me, first of all, I'll say that Malawi Police is one of the law enforcement agencies which is mandated by the Constitution of the Republic of Malawi to investigate cases. And for its efficiency, it has been divided into units or branches, one of which is the Cyber Crimes Unit, which is under the Criminal Investigations Department of the Malawi Police Service. And the Cyber Crimes Unit is responsible to handle cyber crimes and other related issues. As of late, we have seen an increase in the cases that have been reported. For example, in 2022, there was an increase of 21.38% of cases reported as compared to 2021. And surprisingly, most of these cases are reported by women. Around 70% of these cases are reported by women and girls, while the 30% is reported by men. I think you may ask yourself on the reason why the cases, most of the cases are reported by women. Again, in Malawian context, most of these cases that are reported to our office the social mobile money fraud. About 46% of the cases that are reported to our office are mobile money fraud. We have other cases like cyber stalking, cyber harassment, or extortion, but there are very few which are reported. And then we are having some challenges when it comes to investigation of cyber crimes. As it is that we make sure that we collaborate with other cooperating partners for us to make sure that we investigate those cases thoroughly well. For example, I'm in touch most of the times with the head of Malawi 8th. We share a lot of experiences, our problems or shortfalls, so that they assist us in the investigation of such crimes. Sometimes we also involve like other cooperating partners like Malawi Revenue Authority, the mobile network providers. We usually access forensic labs from these organizations. We use our forensic lab, for example, from Macra. Also, we use forensic lab from Malawi Revenue Authority. Sometimes we also use forensic lab from Anti-Corruption Bureau. So we are always in touch with these other partners. Like the Malawi 8th and these other organizational SATs, we are also in touch. We have established liaison officers so that we get in touch with them when it comes to problems. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Superintendent. So this next question goes to Ms. Lauren. Because of technology and digital world we live in, the world has become a smaller place where there's no boundaries of which threat actors can conduct a cyber attack from outside the country, remotely. This requires states to engage in cooperation at regional and national level. Based on your experience, could you provide a general overview on the status of international or regional cooperation on cyber-related issues, specifically on African states? And what are the benefits of such cooperations and obstacles that need to be overcome? And if you can speak in the mic so everyone can hear. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel, and good morning, everyone. So I'd just like to clarify that I work as part of the operations branch of the Cybercrime Directorate of Interpol, which means that my experience is based on operational assistance to country. So I think I can say that we are definitely moving towards greater cooperations between countries when it comes to tackling cybercrime. But we're still hearing that there's a lack of cooperation and response. So to give you an example, last year we had the 9th working group for heads of cybercrime units in Kigali, and participants kept saying, we want more cooperation, we need cooperation, but they also kept saying, every time we ask for assistance or collaboration, we don't get a response. So there was a lot of that, a lot of we need to cooperate, but we're still not getting responses. And that wasn't just during the working group, we hear that a lot in our conversations. Now you asked about the benefits, I think they are countless. Obviously, as we keep saying, those crimes are borderless, so we need to collaborate, we need to cooperate and exchange information quickly, which requires strong partnerships and a certain level of trust. And to give another example, we had the Africa Cyber Search operations last year that lasted from July to November. And Interpol sent actionable intelligence to 24 countries, and the countries carried out their investigations. And this was a truly collaborative effort where you saw cooperation with CERTs, ISPs, and their counterparts in law enforcement agencies. And because of this collaborative effort, we had some really interesting and important results. Now, what are the obstacles, as you ask? Well, there are quite a few. I think a big one is capacity when it comes to countering cybercrime. So some countries will say that they want to help, they want to answer those requests, but they just don't have the capabilities to do so, whether that's resources, tools, etc. Another issue is legislative, perhaps because not every country has legislation in place to counter cybercrime, so that's something to bear in mind. There's also language barrier. But overall, I really want to emphasize that we are moving towards greater cooperation, and that's a really positive sign. Thank you.
Thank you for that. This question for Mr. Mohammed. Protecting critical infrastructures from cyber threat has become a defining mandate for public and private sector leaders in this digital era, where digital ecosystems and increased interconnectivity are more complex. Based on Côte d'Ivoire's experience, what approach were most effective in governing and managing cyber risk on national critical infrastructure, and who has a leading role to play in this regard?
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the invitation. And I just want to speak French, as it's an official organization, and I'm coming from a French country. And I know there are many French speaking countries here, so I want to do my address in French. Thank you. Merci. Je suis Mohamed Traoré, je viens de Côte d'Ivoire. Je suis le directeur du CICERT. Le CICERT, c'est une direction au sein de l'RTCI, qui est aussi le régulateur, comme au Malawi ici, MACRA. En matière d'infrastructures critiques, de gestion des infrastructures critiques au niveau de la Côte d'Ivoire, on a essayé de mettre l'accent sur 3 mesures. Donc, la première mesure, elle est réglementaire, et donc il fallait d'abord travailler au niveau législatif, et donc on a mis en place un certain nombre de tests, les tests relativement à la protection des données à caractère personnel, les tests relativement à la cybersécurité, la stratégie nationale de la cybersécurité, le référentiel général de sécurité des systèmes d'information et le plan de protection des infrastructures critiques nationales. Et donc, tout cet arsenal législatif nous donne matière pour pouvoir agir au niveau du cyberespace. Et donc, qu'est-ce qu'on a essayé de faire? Après cela, on a fait de la sensibilisation, parce qu'il est important de pouvoir communiquer avec les acteurs qui sont au niveau de notre écosystème. Et donc, on a fait beaucoup de campagnes de sensibilisation pour expliquer la loi, amener les uns et les autres à comprendre un peu les impératifs liés à la sécurité, notamment pour ce qui concerne les infrastructures critiques. On a aussi travaillé à travers des événements que nous avons organisés, des workshops et autres avec les différentes organisations, sur un plan, comment est-ce qu'on allait faire pour mettre en place le plan national de protection des infrastructures critiques, et donc parler aussi des questions qui sont liées à la gestion des cybercrises au niveau des infrastructures critiques, voir comment, au niveau de la coopération, le partage d'informations et tout, comment est-ce qu'on allait pouvoir mettre un certain nombre de choses en synergie pour pouvoir travailler au niveau des infrastructures critiques nationales. Et donc, voilà un peu comment on a essayé d'organiser. Donc, au premier niveau, la réglementation, la loi. La coopération a été faite. Et donc, les acteurs ont été sensibilisés sur une certaine période. Et en décembre 2021, la loi sur le plan de gestion des infrastructures critiques le décret a été pris, et des informations ont été, à travers des sensibilisations et workshops. Et ce que nous avons prévu maintenant dans notre agenda, c'est de faire l'identification, puisque la loi oblige que nous puissions notifier les différents acteurs de façon officielle. Et donc, c'est à cette étape que nous sommes. Nous avons prévu le faire cette année à travers, comment on appelle, une étude que nous allons mener au niveau de la Côte d'Ivoire pour identifier les différents acteurs de façon formelle et maintenant leur adresser des correspondances pour, comment on appelle, leur exprimer leurs obligations en matière de gestion de ces infrastructures critiques. Donc voilà un peu comment est-ce qu'au niveau de la Côte d'Ivoire, nous gérons les infrastructures critiques. Maintenant, pour revenir sur la question liée à la cybersécurité et au partage d'informations, nous avons, au cours de l'année dernière, 2022, nous avons travaillé sur un projet national qui est le projet de mallette de crise de cybersécurité. Donc aujourd'hui, la question que nous nous sommes posées, c'est vrai que le CICERT, à travers la coopération avec les différents opérateurs, arrive à apporter une certaine réponse en matière de cybersécurité au niveau national, mais il était important si le pays était face à une crise d'envergure, une crise importante, et comment on devait pouvoir s'organiser pour apporter une réponse. Donc la mallette de crise a permis aujourd'hui de nous donner un certain nombre de procédures claires avec des acteurs, et nous avons dans ce plan intégré la coopération avec l'ensemble des forces. Comme vous savez, il y a les forces de défense qui sont au niveau de l'armée, donc on travaille sur le programme de développement de la cyberdéfense. On travaille également avec les forces de police, et ça, c'est une relation qui est très maîtrisée, puisque nous avons commencé à travailler avec la police depuis 2011 plutôt, et donc la relation entre l'RTCI à travers le CICEP et la police nationale à travers la DITT nous permet d'apporter une réponse efficace à ce niveau-là. Mais vu que les menaces aujourd'hui, en termes de ransomware, des attaques aujourd'hui sur un certain nombre d'infrastructures, vu que nous faisons le monitoring, donc les retours que nous avons nous amènent à beaucoup plus renforcer cette coopération qui ne s'arrête pas uniquement au niveau des infrastructures critiques. C'est vrai que les infrastructures critiques, c'est une porte d'entrée, mais nous tenons compte de l'ensemble de la cartographie des menaces pour adresser ces questions-là. Donc l'axe de la coopération en interne entre l'ensemble des forces et tous les acteurs de l'écosystème nous a permis de mettre en place ce qu'on appelle chez nous un cadre, qui est un cadre national de concertation qui nous permet d'échanger, de partager de l'information, de sorte à ce que chacun à son niveau, on puisse mieux défendre, notre cyberespace. Et le modèle que nous avons choisi, nous n'avons pas voulu le faire de façon très globale et générique. On s'est dit la meilleure façon de défendre l'ensemble des châteaux, c'est de faire en sorte que chaque château soit bien défendu. Et donc, c'est cette approche-là que nous avons essayé d'implémenter. Et donc, au niveau sectoriel, on a prévu, il y a des équipes au niveau sectoriel dans les télécoms, dans l'énergie, dans l'eau, et au niveau social. Donc, tous ces niveaux sectoriels sont balisés avec des acteurs qui, eux, ont la capacité de pouvoir entreprendre un certain nombre de mécanismes, mais coordonnés au niveau du CICERT. Voilà un peu comment est-ce que nous procédons chez nous.
Thank you, Mr. Mohammed, for that comprehensive insight in terms of how Côte d'Ivoire handles this at the national level. So turning to Mr. Vijay, many experts say that focusing on prevention of cyber attacks is not enough, and that a solid cybersecurity posture needs to assume compromise and focus on building a solid response and recovery capabilities. What, in a few words, is cyber resilience? And what is the role of national certs in achieving this?
Good morning. My name is Jay Gopal. I'm from the National Cert of Mauritius. So actually, during the recent past years, the number of cyber threats has considerably increased, and this has resulted in a lot of financial losses for organizations and companies. And also, the cyber threat landscape has also changed. Now we are getting new type of threats. So traditional cybersecurity measures no longer are able to protect organizations against these new type of threats. So this is where the term cyber resilience has come from. So actually, what does it mean? That it means basically it's the ability of an organization to respond and to recover if ever a cyber attack happens. And also, we must also know what are the basic principles, fundamentals of cyber resilience. For example, in cyber resilience, first should have a preparation phase, whereby here you will anticipate whether, not whether, but a threat will happen. You have to anticipate if a threat will happen, and some activities that are done in this phase are like you can do a risk assessment of your network, you can do vulnerabilities assessment, you can test if you have backup plan, you can do backup, you can test these backup plans, and after that you have to put safeguard to protect your organization. Like you can put all the necessary technologies that are required. For example, you can put the firewall or the other process and procedures to protect your company. And after that, you have to put a mechanism that will allow you to detect when a cyber threat happens. So here you have to detect very rapidly when a cyber threat has happened and what effect it has done. And after that, after detecting, you have to respond. So here you have to apply the remediation action so as to minimize the effect of the attack. And after that, you have to recover. So you can recover the business that is affected, like you can recover the files, you can recover all these things. And here also, if you have a DRP plan, that is a disaster plan, you can trigger the plan to, so these are some of the activities that you can do in this phase. Now I talk a bit on cyber resilience in relation to what we are doing at the level of CERT-MU. In terms of capacity building, the CERT-MU has been selected as one of ITU Center of Excellence in 2020, and in the field of cybersecurity. So we have been delivering courses in cybersecurity field. For example, we have delivered courses in risk assessment, we are in forensic investigation. Okay, so these courses were attended by a professional in the cybersecurity field. Also, at the level of CERT-MU in Mauritius, we have a Security Operations Center, a SOC, and this SOC is located at the Government Online Center. The Government Online Center, actually it is a data center of the government where all the systems of the ministries are hosted. And this SOC, what it does, it is connected to this system, and whenever there are some alerts that are triggered, then the people working in the data center are notified about this alert, about the threat, and then they take the corrective actions. Also, at the level of the CERT-MU, we have developed a platform called Moshield. Moshield is a platform where threat intelligence are stored and shared. So you have detailed information about threat. For example, you can get IP address of malware. So all these things are stored in this platform. Okay, that can be used by organizations to prevent attacks from their. Okay, and if I take an example, if you get an information like an IP address of a malware, so you can take this, a company can take this IP address and it can block this IP address on its firewall. Okay, on its firewall, then this malware will not be able to enter in his network. So these are some advantages of this platform. And also, we have developed the National Incident Response Plan. So actually, this is a plan which outlines the steps and the approach that should be taken in the event that a national an incident that has impact on at a national level can happen. Okay, so this plan also has been completed, and we are currently in the process of testing this national response plan. And also here, since we are talking about cyber resilience, I take the opportunity to mention about a project. This project is called the Cyber 4-Day project, and which is funded by the EU, and its main objectives are to enhance cyber resilience of developing countries. So Mauritius is one of its priority countries, and we have been getting assistance from this project during the last 3 years. And today we are thankful to this project because it is because of this project that we are present today in this event. Okay, thanks.
Thank you for that, Vijay. That was quite interesting. Coming back to Superintendent Gladwell, and picking up on the need that there's definitely a need for greater cooperation between CERTs and law enforcement. Can you share with us some practical steps that law enforcement can enhance their relationships with national CERTs?
The fight against crime is not a one-man show. Like the Malawi Police Service, as one of the law enforcement agencies, work hand in hand with the Malawi CERT and other organizational CERT. I would recommend that for the betterment of our country, in the fight against cyber crimes. We need to establish contact persons nationally and internationally so that when we have a problem, we have to make sure that we will contact this other person from this organizational SAT or Malawi SAT. And then also there is need for us to make sure that we share information. Because if we share information, we'll make sure that our shortcomings or our challenges might be addressed by other organizational or national SATs. Like here in Malawi, as already alluded to, I work hand in hand with the head of SATs from Accra. We share experiences. And additionally, we also have trainings. We need to have trainings together so that we get the skills, the knowledge in the fight against these crimes. And again, we also need to have like policies or security tips which can guide us in case we want to share the information. We need to know how are we going to share the information. We need to have standardized procedures on how we are going to share the data or the information between law enforcement agencies and the national SATs. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Given with the time, I think we may be able to squeeze in 1 or 2 questions before we open the floor to the audience for any questions for our panelists. Coming back to VJ, so conducting tabletop exercises is an excellent tool to apply and exercise plans and processes, especially when it involves multiple stakeholders. Can you share some key lessons learned from tabletop exercise you've participated in and how that's strengthened your relationship with other stakeholders, specifically with law enforcement? And if we can be brief in our answer here as well.
Yes. Actually, with CertMU, we have been doing CyberDrill since 2018. So we have been doing technical drills and tabletop exercise also. So we have been doing it for the critical sector in Mauritius, and we have been also doing it at the regional level. That we did the drill for the SADC countries, and also we did the drill for Africa CERT countries. And concerning what advantage you can get from these drills, so these drills can help organization to like improve their awareness on cyber threats, okay? But in general, what it does, it will improve cyber resilience in terms of the response, in terms of preparedness, and also the third part you mentioned about it's okay.
Thank you for that. And coming back to Lauren, so very briefly, obviously the challenge of developing capabilities to combat cybercrime is even more pressing for developing countries, especially when resources are limited and inadequate to address such crimes. What assistance and support does Interpol provide to member states to help combat cybercrime, and how can they request this assistance?
Thank you. So at the Cybercrime Directorate, we operate on a regional cybercrime operations model. So I'm part of the Africa desk, and we've got 11 project members dedicated, working on this desk. So we're dedicated to helping the member countries in Africa. So we really have a coordination and collaboration role. So facilitating communications between member countries as they conduct their operations. And we follow a multi-stakeholder approach. So we really work to forge partnerships with all kinds of stakeholders, from law enforcement agencies worldwide to CERTs, ISPs, private sector partners, etc. To facilitate the collaboration, we have an operational framework that we shared with the countries last year. So we hope that should support countries as they conduct cybercrime operations, collaborate on those operations together. From an intelligence perspective, we produced the Cyber Threat Assessment Report for Africa, which I will present this afternoon. And with our cyber intelligence unit and our private sector partner, we also provide intelligence that's directly relevant to our member countries. We can also assist in enriching intelligence when countries come and ask for support from our experts. Capacity building also. So my team is very much operational, as I said, but we have other teams in the Directorate and at Interpol that can provide capability development support. Now, how to contact Interpol? That's quite easy. Every country has a national central bureau, so you can ask your national central bureau to contact the Cybercrime Directorate with your request, and that will come directly to us. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Again, many thanks to our panelists for sharing their experience and insight. So I would like to open the floor for any questions from the audience for our panelists at this time. No questions? Okay. If not, I think we'll have...
Hello, I have a question. Thank you. My name is Ukikwan. We are talking of collaboration of national sets and law enforcement agencies. But now our challenge in Africa is with regards to reputation. Some national states might not want to share the information. So the question is, how can we enhance sharing of this information? We are looking at privacy, confidentiality, and security of the information. So how, as national states, can we work together to share information, looking at the confidentiality of the country that is sharing that information? Thank you.
I think, Ms. Mohammed, do you want to take that answer? I think that kind of follows up with our last question with regards to information sharing and how Côte d'Ivoire does that.
D'accord. Merci. Je vais faire un aperçu général et puis revenir sur la question qui vient juste d'être posée. Il faut dire qu'en Côte d'Ivoire, nous avons plus de 12 ans d'expérience en matière de collaboration avec les forces de police sur les questions qui touchent à la cybercriminalité. Et donc, notre modèle de collaboration, déjà au niveau de la loi des télécommunications, qui porte création de l'autorité de régulation des télécommunications, il y a eu cette exigence qui a voulu qu'un certain nombre d'agents qui interviennent sur des aspects critiques, notamment tout ce qui relève du contrôle au niveau des télécommunications, tout ce qui relève de la cybersécurité, que les agents impliqués soient des agents sous serment. Et donc, au niveau de la RTCI, donc les agents du CERT, qui sont les équipes de réponse aux incidents de cybersécurité, sont des officiers de police judiciaire. Donc ça, c'est un aspect assez important qui a permis, lors du renforcement de la collaboration avec les forces de police, de pouvoir faire le partage d'informations et de pouvoir suivre un certain nombre de dossiers qui ont trait à des investigations. Donc cela dit, il faut dire qu'au terme de la convention qu'il y a entre l'RTCI et la police nationale de Côte d'Ivoire à travers le CICET et la direction des traces et technologies de la police, donc la DITT, nous avons mis en place une plateforme commune et cette plateforme commune s'appelle la PLCC. Donc la plateforme de lutte contre la cybercriminalité est une plateforme qui est co-gérée entre nos deux organes. Donc le CICERT et les forces de police qui se mettent ensemble pour faire des investigations. Et il faut dire que toute investigation passe par, je vais dire, au niveau du procureur de police. C'est le procureur qui fait le départ de la loi, qui permet aux acteurs de pouvoir faire des investigations, collecter des données et de remonter au niveau, comment on appelle, de tout le traitement avec les forces de police. Donc pour dire un peu l'architecture qui a été mise en place pour permettre à ce que cela puisse se faire. C'est clair que en tant que civil, si vous n'avez pas un mandat clair, vous ne pouvez pas avoir accès à certaines informations. Et donc cela a été réglé au niveau légal, au niveau de la loi. Il a été prévu que cette difficulté soit levée en faisant de ces agents des officiers de police judiciaire, donc ils sont sous serment. C'est-à-dire que tous les agents du CICERT sont assermentés. Et donc aujourd'hui, en termes d'investigation, de collaboration, ça se passe très bien. Et l'RTCI, dans cette collaboration, assure la présidence du comité de pilotage. Et nous avons 11 agents qui travaillent au quotidien avec les forces de police, qui prennent leur poste au niveau de la plateforme de lutte contre la cybercriminalité. Donc je pense que ça apporte également une clarification en matière d'échange et de partage d'informations à ce niveau. Et ce que nous sommes en train de faire également en tant qu'INSERT, il faut pouvoir faire le partage d'informations avec l'ensemble des acteurs. Et le chantier que nous avons ouvert, qui est le chantier général de la gestion des crises de cybersécurité, nous permet de pouvoir définir les modalités et de communiquer avec l'ensemble des acteurs. Et il faut dire que chez nous, c'est les opérateurs mobiles, les ISP, qui sont au cœur du système. Et donc la collaboration avec ces entités-là se passe très bien. Et le partage d'informations, nous avons réussi à mettre en place quelque chose qui nous permet de pouvoir garantir cela.
Thank you for that, Mohammed. I think we're out of time, but unfortunately we couldn't take all the questions, but the panelists here today are available today and perhaps throughout the week, so there could be follow-up discussions if you want to discuss. Personally, I will be here the rest of the week and will be available and participate in some of these trainings as well. So again, I would like to extend our warm thank you for the guests for participating, and give them a round of applause and thank them for their time. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much. Another round of applause for the panelists. Thank you so much. Without much ado, we move on to the next panel discussion, which involves MACRA DG, Mr. Daud Suleiman, Mr. Marcus KG Adome, Operations Manager at Africa Set, and Professor Wallace Chigona from C3SA. For this panel discussion, we have 30 minutes for the discussion, and we'll open the floor for about 5 minutes for questions. So, Mr. Moderator, you'll be very mindful of time. Ladies and gentlemen, our next panel discussion, which is the state of cybersecurity in Africa region setting, the context and moderation. Thank you so much. Enjoy the panel discussion.
Thank you. Good morning to all. It's a pleasure for me today to moderate this session that was supposed to be the first one. Without ado, I will just introduce Mr. Daud Suleiman, Director of MACRA, Mr. Marcus Adome, Africa Cert, and Professor Wallace. I will kindly ask Mr. Daud Suleiman to, first of all, thank you for hosting us in Malawi and for this great hospitality. And can you please introduce yourself in 1 minute? Can you please introduce yourself in 1 minute? Introduce yourself in 1 minute.
Thank you very much. Good morning. My name is Daud Suleiman. I'm the Director General for Malawi Communications Regulatory Authority, and I'm excited to be part of this panel. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Marcus, thank you for partnering with ITU for this important event. Can you introduce yourself in 1 minute?
Okay, thank you. As you said, my name is Marcus Adome. I'm the operations manager of Africa Set, but officially I work with University of Ghana. I'm the current head of IT of the School of Law of the university. Africa Set, I was there since its inception. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Wallace. Welcome home.
Okay, so thank you very much and good morning. My name is Wallace Chigona. I'm a professor of information systems at the University of Cape Town. I'm also a director of the C3SA. So C3SA stands for the Cybersecurity Capacity Center for Southern Africa, which is based at the University of Cape Town. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that we have a good, really, let's say, value panelist today. Let's take advantage of that. Congratulations to Makra, Mr. Suleiman, for the leadership and the dynamism on running Malawi's cybersecurity agenda. As per law and practice in Malawi, Makra is playing the key role in fostering cybersecurity culture in Malawi. What do you think as new trends and challenges in Malawi, SADC, and in Africa?
Thank you very much. Malawi is one of the least developed countries. With that, there are a number of challenges that we face. Issues to do with access to energy, for instance, we're still ranked very, very low in as far as access to energy is concerned. And that has also an effect on how many people are catching on to the digitalization space. The cost of data has been an issue. We were ranked, I think, second most expensive data destination in Africa. We're working on that to pull that down, just because we are also landlocked, and the transit costs of data landing into the country was a bit exorbitant. That has an impact, coupled with the high cost of devices that are on the market, smart devices. But regardless of that, we are taking an advantage in the sense that we now have a lot of people that need to come on. The LDCs are on a path towards graduating, and the key enabler has been identified to be digitalization. So the Doha Plan of Action, for instance, it builds a lot on digitalization. So digitalization of government services, access to digital services by the general citizenry, wherever they may be. In our case, Malawi is 80% of the people are in the rural area. That means that's where a lot of concentration need to be pushed in. And we're using the Universal Service Fund to ensure that more people that are in the rural areas are getting on to the digital space. We have a problem with our literacy levels. Generally, we rank somewhere around 60% in terms of ordinary literacy, and that has an impact as well on the digital literacy. So issues to do with introducing digital literacy in public schools. We are working with the Ministry of Education to ensure that we revise primary and secondary school curricula to include issues of digital literacy. As I mentioned earlier on, that we are also rebuilding some of the laws that are around the cyberspace to ensure that we have a strong regulatory framework, that we identify computer-related crimes correctly, and that we put in there the necessary tools that we can use to safeguard our cyberspace. So we are at an early stage of adopting wide use of digitalization, and those are some of the challenges that we have been facing, and some of the initiatives that we are taking to address them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Marcus, from Africa CERT. Africa CERT is a kind of forum for African countries CERT that I know you're interacting day to day with your member state for more than 10 years. Can you elaborate, maybe in 4 minutes, the new trend, the threats, and the challenges that you are facing in this community?
Thank you. Challenges, issues. The main challenge or issue we have in Africa, with CSAT in Africa, in general, is the bureaucracy. When there's an incident, you forward the incident to the CSAT to handle. They will tell you, I need authorization from my boss. There's a procedure you have to go through. And this is really, really serious. They are emptying somebody's bank accounts. An action must be taken. And you are telling me I have to talk to my boss before I act. It's really, really serious. Whatever you have to do, I think you are supposed to take action before you even respond to your boss. But here's the case, most of the time, they don't act. At times, they don't even come back to you and tell you these are the issues. We are able to solve your incident for you. Even, well, this is specific to governments or national CSETs. When we see governments at the international instances from like AU and ECOWAS, that's my region, there are a lot of conventions to sign, but governments will take time to sign those conventions. And it is really, really delaying the progress of dealing with cybersecurity issues in Africa. So bureaucracy is one of them, I think, is killing us or is preventing us to move fast. Second, the issue of transfer of staff and retention of staff. The gentleman is appointed a manager, and they're going through a training, change of government, or for some reasons, they move him to another directorate. A new one is, a manager is appointed. It takes time for him to get used to what's going on there. But cybersecurity doesn't wait for time. And at times, it's difficult to work with them, the new manager, because he doesn't understand what is going on there. The issue of retention of staff, well, money is the bottom line. What he's paid is just, peanuts. Just next, a company is offering 2, 3, 4 times what is being paid by the national assets. Then it's affecting the capacity of the sets to deliver. So when there's an incident, you forward it to them. Well, how to solve the incident becomes problematic. So we need to look at, when I say we need, government or the appointing authorities must look at that aspect. And the last one is the money aspect. If you don't have money, don't go there. And the fact is, when an event like this is organized, where competence is transferred, CSET will tell you, we don't have money. Can you find us a donor? Can someone sponsor us? No, it's really, really sad. We can't do CSETs when we don't have the means. But I'm convinced that money is not the issue. It's a matter of priority. Money is not allocated to the set to perform their business. So I think we need to look at that aspect too. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcus. I think that, yeah, this raising really the challenge that we are in the continent at, let's say, at country level and at community level. Professor Wallace, cybersecurity has become a priority area. I know that in C3SA you are doing really a lot of cybersecurity assessments. So can you elaborate on C3SA activities and why it's necessary for a country to conduct a CMM named Country Maturity Model for Nation assessments at regional, and what kind of challenge of security do you address this? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So again, as I said prior, I'm from C3SA, so that's a cybersecurity center for Southern Africa. So even though we have got Southern Africa in our name, our mandate covers the whole Africa. So our main activities were to do research on cybersecurity capacity in Africa. So you can appreciate that there's lots of research and work on cybersecurity globally. but there is limited work focusing on Africa. So our mandate was to address that gap. So we do research, we do training and other things, but I think one of the main things we do, as you have mentioned, is to assess the maturity for cybersecurity capacity for countries, right? So we use the model called CMM. So I mean, there are lots of models you can use for assessing. The one we are using is called Cybersecurity Maturity Model. Was developed by the University of Oxford and has been around for some time. So as the minister was saying earlier on at the opening, the framework has got 5 dimensions, right? So we assess a country on those 5 dimensions. So we assess on whether they're able to have policies on cybersecurity and related policies, whether they've got critical infrastructure. We do assess on the mindset of cybersecurity, so that's on cultural and stuff. We assess on the country's ability to train and to build capacity, so on the education and so on. And the 4th dimension is on the legal framework, right? So do they have laws which can address cybersecurity crimes? Do they have the capacity to follow through those? So the lawyers, the police, do they have those kind of things? And the last dimension we assess on is on standards. Okay? So do they have the standards for their software? Do they have the standards to enforce these things? So that's what we do. So the process that we go to a country and we engage with a country, and then we end up with an assessment. So we'll be able to say, oh, this country, on this dimension, they're doing well. On this dimension, maybe not so well, right? So the framework allows us to categorize a country on 2 stages, like the startup, they're just maybe starting, and so it goes through, to the final stage when they are fully mature. So it's a maturity model we are using to assess the countries. So this model has been used by many countries. I think at the moment, over 90 countries have done CMM. Malawi has had two iterations of CMM. So that's what we do. So why is it important that we do assessments of the countries? It is important that a country should know where they stand. Right? So this framework allows you to assess and say, oh, maybe we're not doing well on the legal frameworks. Maybe we have to improve on that. Because cybersecurity, it's not 1 man's show, it's for everybody. So I think once you assess this, so it means all the stakeholders in the country are now aware of where you stand. And therefore, you can now put efforts together to address those gaps. You can now look for funding, as he's saying, to address those gaps. And now you're aware of what you need to do. So it's important to do the CMMs. What we have noted, though, I think it's a bit sad that many countries in Africa, they do assessment when they are forced to by a donor agency. So they'll say, okay, if you're looking for donation, then first you have to do a CMM. I think it shouldn't be that way. It should be that the countries should want to assess themselves and then know where they are and then improve on their cybersecurity. So the challenges in doing SMM, I think what we've noted in doing the SMM itself is the willingness of countries to engage in this. So like when you start engaging with a country, you can take over 2 years to convince a country that on how to do this. To be pushed from pillar to another pillar that, oh, maybe it's that department. So that's one of the challenges we've noted. Another challenge we've noted is, back again, countries have got no funding to do this. So I think often countries don't willingly do this because of funding. So I think maybe I can stop there for now and come back later.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And we know that this CMM are really informed strategies. Mr. Suleiman, Malawi developed national cybersecurity strategy, which was developed in 2019, and now it's coming at the end of next year, I think. So how do you see these opportunities, the opportunities of the new strategy towards improving Malawi's cybersecurity landscape? And what is necessary for African countries to review, develop cybersecurity strategies in 2 minutes? I know that you talk about digitalization. I think that this strategy should for sure address some issues to make this decision really optimal for the country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Indeed, Malawi has a cybersecurity strategy that was developed. It's unfortunate that we haven't done a very good job in as far as implementation of that strategy is concerned. But nonetheless, we have made some serious strides in putting up a very solid foundation. For instance, the establishment of the Malawi set, which is coming out of the cybersecurity strategy, is a key outcome for us. Not only was Malawi set born out of MACRA, but we have even physically delinked it from MACRA. Our MACRA offices are in Blantyre, but the Malawi set offices are here in Lilongwe, giving them some sort of autonomy so that they can grow and fully implement the cybersecurity strategy. We had an administrative arrangement which had the set sitting inside MACRA, and what that did was that MACRA functions would usually overshadow the role and functions of Malawi set, therefore not really giving it the necessary space for it to run around and operationalize. But by delinking it, we've now given them a full scope and a full mandate that now they should take all issues about cybersecurity head on, and they should push through. With that, we have struck some very good relationships with key stakeholders in the country. The Malawi Defense Force, as I speak, we have about 5 officers from the Malawi Defense Force that are with Malawi set. Malawi Police Services, Malawi set is also working very closely with Malawi Police Services. MACRA is also supporting the establishment of the Malawi, the government set, which will also be born out of the Malawi set. And then next year, we're looking towards sectoral sets, a banking set, as well as a telecommunications set, as well as the academia set. So you can say that even though our strategy is almost coming to the end, but for the past year or so, we have done some good foundational work, and we are now, I think, moving in the right direction, to the extent that I think by the time that we're renewing this strategy for the next cohort, we are now going to have a very good understanding and a very good position to start off with, because as you, we've also structured very good relationships with other international sets. We are in a relationship with Mauritius. We have a very good working relationship with ITU. We also have a very good working relationship with Africa set. Therefore, by the time that we're renewing our strategy, which will start next year, we are now going to look at implementation and rolling out of a proper cybersecurity framework that will be operationalized by Malawi set. So public awareness of Malawi set is also a key issue. We would like people to recognize Malawi set and fully understand what Malawi set is doing, so that it's not seen as if it's a MACRA issue, or that it's the regulator that is undertaking that, but it must be given the full spotlight and focus that people should know that there is a cybersecurity element in the country, and it is called Malawi set. And this is what Malawi set is going to do, and this is why Malawi set should become more friendly to the people of Malawi. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As you can see, implementation action is key. Mr. Marcus Adome, for what you can see, the community will be growing, the community of Serbs. And we know that you have been experiencing many initiatives in cybersecurity in Africa, going to regional centers, to regional projects. How do we think optimistically these different initiatives may concur to enhance cybersecurity in cybersecurity landscape in Africa? In 2 minutes, please.
Well, thank you. There are so many initiatives coming. The only way is for us on the ground to come together, work, and then put together our synergy and rechannel, if I may say so, in a way that those initiatives create an effective or an impact on our community. Thank you.
Thanks. Professor Wallace Shigona, we know that you have been doing assessment in Southern Africa. Can you please elaborate on the opportunities and challenges in the region? Thank you. 2 minutes.
Okay, so in terms of the challenges, I mean, there are a number of them, but I think one thing I noticed, I mean, one thing we have noticed through our work on working in Africa is the lack of awareness on cybersecurity by the politicians, so I mean, you don't often hear like people in parliament discussing cybersecurity, so our politicians are not aware, so we need to work towards improving that awareness. And again, the civil society is not well engaged with cybersecurity. I mean, like maybe the case of Malawi, I mean, the civil society is hardly visible in discussing cybersecurity issues, I mean, maybe even ICT issues in general. So I think we need to improve the sensitizing people around that. I mean, another thing you notice in many countries that different stakeholders operate in silos. So the police will be doing their thing, the defense force will be doing something else, maybe the academia doing something different. So I think there isn't enough collaboration between different stakeholders working on cybersecurity. And on opportunities, I mean, like this event is an opportunity. I think there's that growing enthusiasm on cybersecurity, and that's interesting. And again, we've seen lots of excitement on cybersecurity amongst the youth. So, I mean, you talk to students in primary school or in high school, university, how many people want to do cybersecurity courses? The numbers are big. So there is that excitement, and I mean, that gives me hope that our future is bright. So, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, before we give chance to panelists to share a statement that you can use on Twitter, I will open the floor to the audience for questions.
I think there's a hand there.
Right. Thank you very much. I just had a question. Okay, according to the African Cyber Threat Assessment Report that was written by Interpol, they said 90% of African businesses are operating without cyber security protocols. So maybe to me, I want to ask Makra, maybe what are some of the initiatives that you've done to ensure maybe these SSMMEs are protected within in Malawi, as well as what other initiatives do you think we can do to protect the businesses in Africa, and especially in Malawian context? Thank you.
Thank you very much for that question. The level of digitalization at small scale enterprises in Malawi is still very low, and mostly because our enterprises are still using, I'll call it non-transactional digital platforms. What that means is that they're just using digital platforms to broadcast, to advertise. We haven't moved to a level where we are using digital platforms for transactions. at a small scale level. That has brought about some laxity in a way, because it's not giving you money. Therefore, why should you care about your email? Because you're just sending an email and you're receiving an email. That is coming in because of our poor internet penetration, and as I mentioned, the barriers already that are existing. From a macro perspective, through the government of Malawi, we are introducing a number of initiatives. We are rolling out what we're calling community broadband operators. In every district in Malawi, we're going to license a broadband operator. That broadband operator, among other things, will also be tasked to carry out awareness and some technical works at a district level. We hope that by opening the space to cheaper internet in rural areas, in all the districts, we are going to get more SMEs that are going to be interested in coming on board. As they come on board, we are now pushing through the Malawi set a program called Digital Ambassadors. The Digital Ambassadors project is basically targeting influential people in our communities, in our districts, so that they become the go-to people in the communities to deal with issues of cybersecurity or even issues to do with digital literacy. So there's a digital literacy component in there that is targeting the elderly, that is targeting women, that is targeting girls in ICT, so that they become carriers and they become aware that as we're widening the scope for digital usage, they must become aware. And as I mentioned earlier on, that we're working closely with the Ministry of Education so that our public schools from primary school, they should have digital literacy components that are being infused. In so doing, we hope that in the next 5 years or so, one, we're going to have a digitally literate nation, and two, we're going to have very active SMEs that are using digital platforms for transactions. In that way, we're now going to grow our digital economy, which we believe is a key enabler to turning around some aspects of the economy. Thank you.
Another question for the Director General of MACRA, Mr. Daud Suleiman. The National Cybersecurity Strategy aims to provide a national framework for ensuring secure, safe, and resilient cyberspace, as well as fostering trust and confidence in cyberspace by Malawians. So my question is, so far, what is MACRA doing to, okay, we know that technology is growing in Malawi as well, and it's reaching a huge number of the population. So what is MACRA doing to make people cyber aware, especially in rural areas? Because for the country to become cyber safe, one of the first solutions is making the audience aware. So what is MACRA doing about it?
Thank you very much for that question. First of all, the establishment of the Malawi set as a standalone organ within the structure of MACRA has been a key step in us highlighting the cybersecurity issues. With that, there's a lot of collaboration that we've been undertaking. Just recently, we've just finalized the child online strategy that we're going to roll out with the Ministry of Gender, together with our line ministry. And then thirdly is the issue of the data protection bill. The data protection bill has gone through all the necessary stakeholder consultations, and as I speak, I think it's ready now to go to cabinet. After that, then we're taking it to Parliament. When that passes through, we're now going to have a Data Protection Act, a data protection law that will be live in Malawi. That will also begin the process of us now putting together the necessary legal framework that will help Malawians to protect themselves as they become online and as they transact. Because as we speak, we do not have any data protection laws that are active. And then finally to that is that we are going to be on an offense in as far as awareness is concerned. Issues of cyberbullying, issues of people using mobile phones and social media platforms to injure other people, it is a trend that we have seen that it is growing. The laws, as we speak, they make provisions against that, but the provisions that are there, they are pre-2016. And at that point in time, the cyberspace was not as tense as it is right now. So the growing of bullying tactics on social media, we have taken note of that, and now we need to raise awareness because people don't know that there's a law in Malawi that restricts you on what you can share, on what you can write online and on social media platforms about another person. And the only people that have been able to exercise that law, unfortunately, it has been politicians. And people tend to think that there's a certain law that is only offered to politicians, but this law is for every Malawian. So issues of just forwarding reckless material, issues of just making reckless comments about other people on online platforms, as we speak, there is a law. But the awareness to that has been an issue that we are going to work on. So we are engaging a new gear to really raise the awareness for both rural and urban people, the elderly as well as young people, so that people should understand that as you go online, you have do's and you have don'ts, and that there are also laws that are safeguarding that space so that everyone should be free when they go online, and they should feel secure and they should be confident about their data, that no one is going to misuse their data and that no one is going to misrepresent themselves when we go into the digital space. So those are the initiatives that MACRA, through the Line Ministry, is undertaking to address those issues that you raised. Thank you very much.
Sorry, a final question to the panelists. One of the panelists mentioned in his final statement saying that the demand of cybersecurity, the number of people wanting to study cybersecurity in Africa is very high. So he went on to say that, which just shows that the future of cybersecurity in Africa is bright. But now my question is, on the number of graduates we have in cybersecurity in Africa, are we utilizing those? Because I believe if we utilize those, only then will we be able to utilize the growing population of cybersecurity graduates. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that question. At the moment, Africa's got 7,000 qualified cybersecurity professionals. I mean, that's against a population of about 1.4 billion. So we are way below the numbers we need to be effective. So are we utilizing those? I think maybe not as much, because we haven't set up institutions to absorb those people and to use those people. So maybe as the DJ was saying, and as my colleague was saying, what we need is to set up structures within the banks, within the government, to appreciate and absorb those people so that they can be utilized. So, I mean, like now, you see that many universities have started up programs on cybersecurity. So, to me, that's positive and that's exciting. But maybe what we need is maybe that level of awareness amongst politicians, amongst the management, that we need this expertise. So maybe it's part of the process we have to engage in. Maybe it's not going to happen this year, but I'm very hopeful that this will happen soon. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I'll go back to my question, elaborate it a little bit, and then finish with the catchy sentence you are talking about. Projects or initiatives to promote cybersecurity from outside in Africa are a lot. But when someone is sending you money to do this, to do that, well, Father Christmas doesn't exist. he has an agenda in IT security or in security in general. My security depends on yours depends on mine. So when I'm spending money in your area, my aim or my objective is to secure myself. And that is what most of those projects do. They collect data, train people to defend their system over there. But what here are we doing? Well, we can say no to them, but we need to come together and then see how we can take advantage of those projects to develop or enforce our cybersecurity. When they come to the good ones in our community, some of us, we don't know if it doesn't align with our principles, our objectives, we don't accept those taking part in those projects. Even currently, when I say currently, there's a project going on now. They contacted Africa Sets, and when you look at the project documents, there's a form of technological colonialism being prepared, and well, you can go and read about technological colonialism by Randy Bush. Well, we look at it and we say, no, we can't take part. All the stuff on the projects are from outside, and then they just put two Africans. No. When there are expertise in Africa, to truly collaborate or work with them and have an impact on the ground. But when we are, the issue now is the serious organization, we work in a different direction. So my catchy phrase, as I wanted to say, is let's come together and promote cybersecurity in Africa. Let's come together and promote cybersecurity in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcus. Should I consider this your last word?
My last word, again, let's come together and promote cybersecurity in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you. DG, your last word?
Africa remains largely unconnected. Africa remains, I think, the next biggest go-to. We can see already Meta is landing a very big cable on the African shores. Google has landed big cables already on the African shores. Starlink is activating their services over Africa. There must be something that is there in Africa that is creating all this interest, and that is the people. And the people, as of now, unfortunately, we are the goods. We are not participating in that space. What that will call, we are now going into a space where more people will be connected, but as they're being connected, we need to make sure that we are protecting the women and the girl child and the elderly as they come first time online. But most importantly is that we as governments, we must make sure that we create the necessary regulatory and legal frameworks that should protect the cyberspace. The digitalization that's happening in Africa will take a very quick turn very shortly, and we should not be left behind. Social media has exploited Africa. We are now moving towards the issues of metaverse and what have you, which are the new economies that are coming in. We must make sure that we are going to be there to participate in that economy, not to be used as goods in an economy that is running somewhere else. So let us be prepared to participate. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wallace. Last word.
Yeah, so I think maybe 2 points. Maybe one, touching on the point made by my colleague here. So cybersecurity is not about the top level people only. It's about my grandmother right down in the village. It's about the people out there in the rural areas. So I think as we make policies, as we do research, I think we must also remember those people, that they must be safe. And maybe it's our responsibility, those of us in the know, to protect them. It's our duty to make sure that they're safe. Maybe my second point, and maybe my last point here is maybe to my fellow academics and those who are funding research in academics. We need to do more research on cybersecurity, targeting Africa. There's lots of research out there on the global stage, but there's little research about Mozambique, about Senegal, about Gambia. So we need to invest in research in our own context, like using our own understanding, so that we contribute to making Africa a safer space for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that we can resume saying that we need to have Africa being a key player in this fourth industrial revolution, but not being only goods. Let's make sure that we are key player to make sure we benefits for this revolution, but not being only used. Thank you very much. I will ask for a round of applause for our panelists. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Another round of applause. That was a discussion on the state of cybersecurity in Africa, region setting, the context, and moderation. We move to the last panel discussion before we break for lunch. And we have 30 minutes for that panel discussion as well. The best practices for critical information infrastructure protection, setting the context, and moderation. It's being moderated by Mr. Merwan Benrecht, Cybersecurity Coordinator for ITU. So I invite him over to the podium together with the other panelists. I'm sure he will do a better introduction than I could, because there are quite some names here. Other than Mrs. Lucia Zimba from Mozambique, the rest, I'm telling you, are a mouthful. So I'm sure the facilitator will do a better job at introducing them. But the topic is the best practices for critical information infrastructure protection, setting the context, and moderation. I invite the panelists together with the moderator to take the floor for the next 30 minutes before we give each other another 5 minutes for questions and comments.
Good afternoon once again. This panel is going to look at critical infrastructures and how to protect them, challenges and issues faced by teams to protect our critical infrastructures. Before we start, I would like to have a first round for each panelist to introduce himself. So I'll start from the far end there.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Josephat Mbugwa. I come from Kenya. I work with the National SAT as a law enforcement officer doing forensics and investigations. And I'm representing the KSAT on this forum. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ismail Degenovo. I work as a cybersecurity analyst at BICC Benin.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am called Blaise Ndip. I am from Cameroon. I work for the Cybersecurity Authority in Cameroon, and I am part of the Computer Incident Response Team as the Director in charge of Reactive Security, and I've been working here for over 10 years. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lucia Zimba. I came from Mozambique. I work for the ICT regulator, and I'm a member of the National Research Team as a part of the technical team.
Thank you very much. Straight to the point, I will ask Josephat to tell us about how the SCSETs can I say protect their critical infrastructure. I know you have a very good resilient sets. So can you look at that for us now? Josephat.
All right. I would like to mention a few issues that the country has taken to make sure that the CSAT in Kenya is working well. As you have heard from the previous panel, there are different ways these CSAT are composed. So my first area to look at is the way we compose these CSAT in the countries. Back in Kenya, the CSAT, we have brought the teams together. We don't have, I represent the law enforcement coming from the Kenyan military, working in the CSAT. So it's different how you modify and compose a CSAT. We have members from law enforcement, we have members from the National Intelligence Service, we have members from the Director of Criminal Investigations, and mostly important is a part of information and advocacy. We are aware that cybersecurity needs, more of it is when we are talking about what is happening to my mom in the village when someone tried to sell them a product online. Yeah? So the advocacy part of a SAT is very key. So our CSAT composes of three teams, sorry. There's an analysis team, which does the advisories and the response to threats. We have the law enforcement, who decide how to handle each and every case that is raised with us. And also we have the information and advocacy that creates awareness to the citizens in the country, making sure that the citizens are well updated and informed on various issues. The next item I would like to raise is the government support. As a CSAT in any country, you need to make sure that the government is working with you. How you can be able to do that is show the government the importance of facilitating the organization. In Kenya, we try to look at what is the government looking for. At the moment, we have a project we are doing where we are implementing digital signatures in the country. Some of these are tasks that the SAT takes up just to make sure the government understands and feel the importance of this organization. Another thing we assist the government with some of these policies. If you look at most African country constitution, we don't have anything to do with e-commerce. So as a SAT, we go and tell the government, we are going to sit down and form a committee and develop a policy on e-commerce. How can the government, most of these businesses have moved online. The government want to know how they can get money from a YouTuber in terms of tax. So as a SAT, with the understanding of the technical ability and what is happening in the country, we advise the government that we can come up with a policy to help them on managing something like e-commerce. So as a SAT, you need to make sure you have the government backing, and the way you do that is making sure that you show what you're doing in the country is relevant to the government agenda. Another item, which is maybe the last one I can mention, is the capacity building, which I had mentioned earlier. In security, we say you are as strong as your weakest point. So for example, if the citizens don't understand what is happening in cybersecurity, managing that becomes even harder for a SAT. So the SAT need to work so hard in trying to create awareness to the citizens. Basically, this can go to the print media, can go to social media, can go through radio stations. If you come to Kenya, every time you're watching a news, you'll see an advert talking about something in cybersecurity. So that's the awareness part where the SAT has to come in. The last one is the collaboration with social media entities. We are aware that fraud has moved to the social media, be it Facebook, be it, let's say, Meta, Twitter, all this. So that's where the issue is. So we are, as a SAT, we have a big collaboration. We sit with these guys and tell them, what is the resolution time for issues that we raise with you guys? How can we raise issues that need to be addressed at the shortest period? So those are the areas that the SAT is focusing on, among many other because of time, but those are some of the things that all the other sector SATs and country SATs can look at to just improve their way of operation. So thank you.
Thank you. Now, could you elaborate a little bit on the international support or international organization such as ITU, Africa, you name them, to the destination of your resiliency?
All right. We now on the international phase, how can you get help from ITU, African SAT as a national SAT? One item is collaboration and creating information sharing between the SAT. These threats that you're trying to address as a SAT and all these in cybersecurity, they are not unique. They are all related. So whatever is happening in Mauritius is that threat, if it has not reached Kenya, it's about time it will get there. So as an ITU, as an African SAT, this information needs to be out there for everyone. If something happens to one country, that information needs to have a way of sharing. I'll give us a brief example. We have an issue in Kenya whereby the person committing a crime is in Uganda. What happens? So you see, this is now becomes the person committing the crime and the person exposed to that crime is not in the same jurisdiction. So you get an issue whereby who addresses this? Is this the country where the victim is or the country where? So as an ITU, as an African SAT, as an ITU, information sharing and collaboration is a key area that they need to do. Another item I can say is capacity building. If you check in Kenya, you'll see something called Universal Fund, whereby even, sorry to say, when their politics comes, some of these things of cybersecurity just sometimes takes a backseat. And the government might want to focus more on issues of other issues that are not, because we have been told the government seems not to sit down as we are sitting here and discuss cybersecurity. But we have created something like a national fund. Where do we get this national fund from? Telecoms, all these can give donation and funding just to make sure that even in the village there is access to these services. So one ITU can come up with this in capacity building. That way it will ensure that the government interference in the projects of the SAT or the national SAT is a bit limited. So the SAT is able to even almost do its mandate even in different times of transitions and all that, because it's running on a national project, it's running on a universal project, rather than a project that is tied to the sitting government, and you get so many interruptions every year coming from the government. So those are the two items. The last item is why we are here. An ITU has to do this awareness, has to do these trainings, has to do this advocacy and all guidance. So because the better we are equipped as the practitioners of cybersecurity, the best it is for the ITU. So thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. Mr. Zimba, I know that just recently you've identified, I mean, in Mozambique, of course, you identified your critical assets. Can you elaborate a little bit on it for us?
Thank you. In Mozambique, we are very at the earlier stage of identifying the critical infrastructures. So our national cybersecurity strategy was approved, I think, in 2021, and this states that the regulator is responsible for setting up the national CSIRT. So the first activity for the regulator to set up the national CSIRT. So I'm happy to share with you that our national CSIRT was launched last month and set up and running now. And the second activity is the identification of the critical information infrastructure and protection. But in this phase, we are faced with some challenges. So in the set of identifying this critical information infrastructure, we face the challenge that we didn't identify our critical infrastructure yet. So it's impossible to protect our critical information infrastructure if we didn't identify our critical infrastructure. So we are working with different partners such as Cybersecurity Center from Portugal. We are working with Ghana and Rwanda in the search and to identify our critical infrastructure. So while we are not there protecting the critical infrastructures, what we are doing is to raise awareness among the government and politicians and society, because we have this challenge that most of the people are not aware of cybersecurity issues in our country. So we are raising awareness, we are doing trainings, because we are now with the draft of our cybersecurity law that states in all critical infrastructures need to set up their CSIRT. So all critical infrastructure must have their CSIRT. So we are doing a training with this potential critical infrastructure that we identified yet, so they can build their CSIRT in the organizations. I think it's satisfied.
Thank you. Awareness and training goes together, but since you have not identified your critical infrastructures, information technology, critical infrastructures, I think in the process, do not forget that aspect, which is very important. But now, Blaise, you have a set running.
Yes.
Can you tell us about some of the challenges you've been facing in protecting your critical infrastructures, especially focus on information technology infrastructures? No, okay. I'm talking about Blaise. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Marcus. In Cameroon today, we are really skyrocketing in efforts and investments that we are putting in our e-services, e-government services. And you know, as information, IT infrastructure also and the technology is evolving, cyber attacks are also evolving too in the systems. So in this aspect, we in Cameroon have been noticing a plethora of cyber attacks that ranges from phishing, range from ransomware, malware, dissemination, and most of them are impacting the country's image You know, when you have new services that are put in place, cyber criminals tend to try to see how to break them down. So to this aspect, we saw it as problems that we need to address nationwide. So in Cameroon, we, in collaboration with the Commonwealth, have put in place a program which we call the National Cyber Risk Assessment Program. And it's a program that we have had 3 editions since 2019. And in this program, we have tried to identify all critical national infrastructure which are used to leverage vital, essential services for the nation, which are essential for the economy, essential for welfare, and as well as for national security. So this program helped us to identify all the threats, all the impacts, challenges that we are facing on our critical infrastructure, because it's some sort of a survey assessment to which we go to all the stakeholders and try to do a qualitative risk analysis, identify the threats on this infrastructure, identify their likelihood of occurrence, impact, and as well we have a risk chart, which at the end of the day will give us some risk infrastructures with high impact and risk. So with this program, it helped us to identify challenges on our critical infrastructure in Cameroon. First of them is we noticed through this program that our critical infrastructures in Cameroon is facing a lack of cyber security management responsibility. If we have organizations who host critical infrastructure and they don't have the culture of cybersecurity, I think this infrastructure would make no sense in the security-wise, because nobody has the duty to ensure that security is at its top level. As another challenge, we noticed that the culture of threat intelligence is not inculcated in information systems that attempt critical infrastructure in Cameroon. Most of the times, we wait to be attacked before we try to see what is the threat in our system. We don't involve ourselves in threat sharing. A critical infrastructure X could be attacked, and due to the fact that this information can be shared to another infrastructure of the same sector, B, could help prevent this attack. But this is not done. It's not a culture. Threat sharing is so low to ensure that stakeholders of the same sector share information of potential attacks, the same modus operandi that are being used by coordinated and organized cyber criminals in their various systems. So this is one of the challenges that we are facing in Cameroon today in terms of protection of cyber critical infrastructure. And as well, we have this threat of this challenge of insider threat on our critical infrastructure. As a statistics, we noticed that 3 out of 5 attacks on our critical infrastructure is related to insider threat. Most of them are multinationals which have all organizational policies, which have all organizational security, technical put in place, and as well as physical security put in place. But attacks always come from insiders. As I rightly said, the lady ITU lady coordinator who said your security level is as high as the weakest point of your organization. So this is a challenge that we are really facing in Cameroon today as it comes to the securing of our critical infrastructure. And the measures that we have put in place in Cameroon, first and foremost, since we noticed that it is a problem in Cameroon, we have instituted this program which we call NCRA as a routine yearly assessment. And it has helped us to implement a cyber threat intelligence program for all sectors of our critical infrastructure, be it the telecom sector. We have put in place the cyber threat instance, banking sector, and so on, which would permit us to share at real time coordinated attacks that happen within each of these sectors, and as well help us to share information which can easily help us to anticipate those attacks. At the level of remediating the lack of cyber security management responsibility, we have inserted in our... Yes, we have inserted in our cybersecurity law, which is being on review now, the fact that the cybersecurity responsibility role should be implemented and compulsory in organizations. So for now, I say that's what I have for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Ismail, we are talking about collaboration among CSETs. Yes. So what is the level, what can you say about collaboration among CSETs and the challenge they face to protect critical infrastructures? Ismail.
Okay.
No, I'm talking about, well, just one.
Merci Marcus. Je vais continuer en français.
She's going to speak French for her.
Thank you. Alors, ce serait prétentieux de parler de tous les défis que rencontrent tous les CSERT africains, mais je suis convaincu qu'on rencontre plus ou moins les mêmes défis, donc je vais essayer d'en donner quelques-uns. C'est bon? Je vais essayer d'en donner quelques-uns sur la base du CSERT béninois. Alors déjà, on a le premier défi auquel la plupart des CSERT font face, c'est l'identification d'infrastructures critiques en question. Donc, ça justifie l'absence de cadre de clarification qui permet d'identifier de façon raisonnable, rationnelle, les infrastructures, les dites infrastructures. Par ailleurs, au Bénin, dans un premier temps, on a fait d'abord une élaboration, puis une validation de cette classe de classification de ces infrastructures-là, qui est un framework qui permet d'évaluer la criticité des infrastructures sur la base de son impact économique. Ensuite, on a l'inexistence d'une politique de protection des infrastructures d'information critique, qui est un autre défi à relever, car l'avoir permettrait d'identifier clairement les différentes infrastructures, parties prenantes, institutionnelles ou non, et de les responsabiliser dans le cadre de la sécurisation de ces infrastructures. Ensuite, on a les ressources limitées et le manque de compétences. Aujourd'hui, il y a beaucoup de CSERT qui font face aux difficultés financières et aux outils de pointe pour répondre efficacement aux incidents. Il y a également le manque de compétences qu'on a du mal peut-être à financer, à recruter et à retenir surtout dans le cadre des exercices d'un CSERT. On a également les cadres juridiques et politiques. Il y a beaucoup de CSERT aujourd'hui qui n'ont pas un encadrement juridique qui permet de pouvoir sanctionner ou de pouvoir appliquer des pénalités aux différents acteurs de cyberarnaque qui sont arrêtés dans le cadre de l'exercice d'un CSERT. Et enfin, on a la sensibilisation limitée par rapport à la cybersécurité. Pas seulement en ce qui concerne les utilisateurs finaux, mais également en ce qui concerne les décideurs. Et ce manque de sensibilisation-là devient un handicap aujourd'hui et favorise la sous-estimation des problèmes et des risques de sécurité qu'on encourt en Afrique. Et dans ce sens, d'ailleurs, le Bénin aujourd'hui mène une campagne de sensibilisation des utilisateurs du cyberespace et de la protection de l'enfance en ligne, qui est au contact de la population pour les éduquer sur l'hygiène, parce que après, ce sont les principaux acteurs. Ça ne servirait à rien d'être un site web à la pointe de la technologie et d'avoir des utilisateurs qui ne savent pas se protéger efficacement et qui n'ont aucune notion d'hygiène numérique.
Merci. Vous venez de parler de la collaboration avec les parties prenantes. Bon, est-ce que vous pouvez élaborer cette collaboration, parties prenantes, gouvernement, les acteurs internationaux et autres?
Alors, en ce qui concerne ce point, il faudrait déjà mettre en place une gouvernance claire. Une gouvernance claire, je veux dire par là, identifier les infrastructures, identifier les parties prenantes qui vont participer à la protection de ces infrastructures-là et mettre en place une plateforme de collaboration gouvernementale et régionale, pourquoi pas continentale, de partage d'informations, comment dire, monter en compétence des différents experts qu'il y a dans chaque région. Et donc, ça va favoriser de gagner du temps. Ça va permettre de gagner du temps. Si un site web rencontre une difficulté qu'un autre avait déjà rencontrée, ça va juste faciliter le travail et améliorer de façon générale, de façon continentale, la santé du cyberespace.
Merci beaucoup. I switch to French. Now, the floor is open for questions. Questions? Yeah, go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. So this question is going to...
Please, I can hardly hear you. Can you adjust the mic a little bit?
Good afternoon, everyone. So this question is going to Mr. Ndip from Cameroon. What are the developing incident response plans that are there to the most vulnerable groups, especially in Africa, like the culture, the religions, youth and startups, in case of any incidents or data leaks? And in your explanation, may you please include identifying the source of the attack and restoring systems and the data, so that you should make sure that the person is safe.
Please, sorry for that, but I could still say I could hardly hear you, please. If you could permit me, come back to the question again.
All right, so I was saying, what are the developing incident response plans and laws that are there for the most vulnerable victims, like the youth, startups, culture, and the religions, in case of an incident or a data leak? And may you include identifying the source of the attack and restoring the system and data that they lost, or, yeah.
Okay, most of the attacks which we face, as I rightly said, on our critical infrastructure range from phishing, malware, and insider threat. Those are the most, let me say, that have a high rate of occurrence. And if we take, for example, the malware decimation, most of the times it's always identified through ransomware, in which critical infrastructure is being decimated onto malware, and the information is encrypted, and the attackers requesting for ransom in order to to give you back your data and so on. So most of the times when these incidents do happen, what we do is on the field, we try to see how to mitigate the impact of this incident by ensuring that this system continues its business, and as well do investigations in order to know the root cause and as well as the perpetrators. And at the end of the day, we see how to put in place the backups, because you know, most of the times ransomware, it's not usually advisable to succumb, to give in the ransom. It's always good to put in place your backups. In case it happens, you just try to go operational with your backups that you collect regularly. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I've been informed that I'm standing between you and your lunch, so we should fast track and end the session. Okay. So I will invite the panelists to. Oh, question. So if a blow or some blows comes, I'll direct them to you. Can I proceed then? Okay, then. Okay, go ahead and then ask your question.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I will continue in French. Alors, on parle beaucoup de cybercriminalité, et puis je vois bien que alors la question s'adresse à l'ensemble des panélistes, mais si on regarde l'actualité actuelle, on parle notamment avec l'Ukraine et la Russie, on parle de cyberguerre, donc on n'est pas loin de la cybercriminalité, ou en tout cas les concepts sont les mêmes, on s'y rapproche beaucoup. Et par rapport à ça, des pays africains ont été récemment effectivement confrontés à de la cyberguerre, entre guillemets. Je pense notamment à l'Ouganda, où son système de paiement en ligne des factures et des impôts a été complètement bloqué. On peut parler de l'Éthiopie, où son système de communication, ainsi de suite. Il y a beaucoup d'exemples africains. Et ma question, c'est de savoir comment, au niveau des pays en Afrique, comment est-ce qu'on fait le lien entre cyberguerre, cybercriminalité qui touche une autre tranche, on va dire, un autre profil de population. Est-ce que les États ici ont fait une jointure entre les deux, ou bien ce sont les mêmes services, où il y a une dichotomie, où on n'y a pas encore pensé, parce que demain, on va y avoir de plus en plus droit. Merci.
Bon, je peux prendre cette question ou bien?
Pardon?
Je peux prendre cette question? Bon, ouais, en fait, ce qui se passe, c'est que on a besoin d'un cadre légal. Ce qui est crime chez toi n'est pas crime chez l'autre. Ce qui est cyberguerre chez toi n'est pas peut-être chez l'autre. Donc c'est une question de terminologie et de définition légale de ces termes. Mais en réalité, les pays africains sont en voie d'élaborer des tests pour pouvoir créer cette différence et les traiter effectivement. Bon, je parle compte tenu de mes contacts avec les pays africains et d'une évaluation que j'ai faite tout dernièrement. Merci. Ouais. Just 1 minute, quickly, 30 seconds, you finish your question and then...
Okay, my question was mainly on knowledge sharing. We have experienced, many countries have experienced compromises, such as, let's say, ransomware. And we have also experienced countries being compromised, government websites have been compromised. My question is that how do we leverage the knowledge that they have acquired in attaining the TTPs in place, so as neighboring countries in Africa cannot be attacked in the same way? So let's say if it's a targeted attack mainly on governments, how do we remediate that? If it's a financial, if it's a telecom, if it's CII, so as the attack vectors may not spread throughout Africa in the long run.
Yeah, thank you. I think I'll take this question for us to move a bit fast. The fundamental ingredients to secure, to promote information is trust. If I don't trust you, I won't share my information with you. So how do we promote that trust? Through collaboration and others. But the fundamental point is the trust. If the trust is not there, I won't share my information with you. If I share my information with you, let's assume I'm a bank, and the following day, headlines, newspapers, XYZ bank has been attacked. Well, so I think we need to look at the trust again. So I think we have to end it here. I'll give 30 seconds to each panelist to give his concluding remarks. 30 seconds.
My remarks comes to just 2 items. We are hearing of national CSAT in this forum. The sooner we understand that we need SATs in academia, banking, transport, and all these areas in the country, the better. So as a national SAT, your work is just to coordinate the other SATs. So that's the one item. Then the last item is what he has mentioned, legal framework. Our laws are way behind what is happening in the this space. So as a country, each country has to look at working on their legal framework, because the law is clear. If it's not in the law, it's not a crime. So the laws have to be updated to match what is happening in the industry. Thank you.
Ismaël.
Merci. Alors, ce que je vais peut-être...
30 secondes.
Oui, merci. Ce que je vais peut-être dire pour conclure, c'est que puisqu'on rencontre plus ou moins les mêmes difficultés, on devrait pouvoir travailler ensemble pour faire face à ces difficultés-là efficacement. Et ce genre d'initiatives comme ce CyberDrill ou des plateformes comme Africa 7, ce sont de bons nids pour pouvoir rencontrer des expertises, des experts qui ont déjà eu à rencontrer des problèmes auxquels on fait face actuellement ou auxquels on pourrait faire face. Donc ça favorise le brassage et le networking. Merci.
Yeah, Marcus, what I would say to conclude is that we all need, as CERTs, to inculcate a change of mindset. Because if we still have the ideology of that information security is not your thing, it is a thing of the organization, then it will do us much good. It will make in us to have that information security responsibility as an individual in order to free away from insider threats and all the like. And as well, as you rightly said, I will go back to the point of trust in information sharing, because this will prevent us future attacks if we share information of attacks that have been perpetrated. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Mrs. Zimba.
I will conclude the same, the trust. We need to collaborate more so we can trust each other.
Yeah, before I hand over the micro to my MC, I would like to draw your attention to the fact that what we have noticed at Africa Set is that you can't do it when you don't cooperate, when you don't collaborate. Complementarity, there's no issue of I'm the best, he's the last. No, it's a complementarity. All those things are based on confidentiality. The confidentiality leads to trust. If I share my information with you, I tag it confidential. Please keep it like that so that we can promote a safer cyberspace in Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the panel discussion. That's how we've concluded the morning session of discussions. We will break for lunch. A few announcements as we're breaking for lunch. There are a number of setups for lunch. For all the speakers, all the presenters, all members from the ITU, Macra board and management, you're having your lunch at the restaurant, the hotel. So all the facilitators, the speakers, the ITU members, Macra board and management, you're having your lunch at the restaurant. You have a person to direct you to the restaurant. That's at the hotel. For us that are in here, there are 2 categories. Those that are seated on round tables, you will just go out to get your lunch. You will be seated on the very round tables that you're seated on. So you just grab your lunch, you sit on the very round tables that you're seated on. But for the others that are on the vertical tables, the theater setup, you have your chairs and your lunch rather outside. So only those with round tables have their lunch in here. You just go out, grab the meal, and then you'll be seated just where you are seated. There's a vegetarian corner, in case you're a vegetarian, right inside this conference room at the back. So the back, if you see a meal there, this is a vegetarian corner. Please, those of us that are vegetarians, you served right inside this place. Inside your conference packs were invitation cards for a cocktail this evening. Please check your conference packs. If you don't have an invitation to the evening's cocktail, meet anyone with a tag, protocol tag. They should be able to give you an invitation. Please check now so that when we come back in the afternoon, every one of us has an invitation to the evening's cocktails. For the afternoon, we are going to break now, which is 1:10 for an hour. We are having a lunch for just an hour. We should be resuming at 2:10. Please, let's keep time, especially those that are having presentations this afternoon. Make sure you're here by at least maybe 10 minutes early for us to set up and start off. Please, it's 1 hour, 1:10 to 2:10. Enjoy your lunch. Remember to observe the protocol. Thank you.